Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Authentic documented experiences, thoughtfully adapted for calm, sleep-friendly listening, truth preserved, atmosphere enhanced. Like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new releases. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then it plays clean. Literary horror narration for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. The call came in as a burst of static that made me pull the headset tighter against my ear, like pressure could turn noise into something usable. I had just cleared a routine check-in when the line opened, already alive with movement. There was no greeting, no pause, just breath and a sharp, uneven scraping sound, like furniture dragged across a hard floor. I marked the time automatically and straightened in my chair, one hand already hovering over the trace controls. At first I thought it was a pocket dial, the kind where you hear fabric rubbing against a microphone and nothing else. But then something shifted. The breathing changed. It wasn't absent. It was strained, like someone trying not to be heard. I spoke clearly, steady, the way we're trained. I identified myself and asked for the caller's location. My voice sounded louder than it should have in my own head. The line swallowed it, no response. Just a muffled thud, then a dragging noise again, closer this time, followed by a quick intake of air that caught halfway, like something pressed against a throat. I flagged the call as high priority and started the trace request. The system lagged for a second that felt longer than it was. I asked again for an address, for anything that could help. The training runs through you automatically in those moments. The phrasing, the pacing, the expectation that a human voice will answer back. Instead, I got a whisper that didn't form words. It broke apart as it came through. Fragments of sound that might have been syllables if they'd held together. Something like a name or a plea, but it dissolved into a rough scuffle before I could lock onto it. There was another sound layered underneath now. Not just movement, a second presence. I didn't hear a clear voice, but there was weight in the background, a shift in air, a dull impact that didn't match the caller's breathing. I noted it. Hands moving across the console, logging everything I could while the trace system tried to pull a location from whatever signal it could catch. I asked yes or no questions, simple ones. If you can hear me, make a noise. Tap the phone. Anything. The line answered with a sudden crack, sharp and close like something striking plastic. The audio clipped, then came back thinner, as if the phone had been knocked away or turned. For a moment, there was nothing but a low hum. I thought we'd lost it. Then the breathing returned, farther from the microphone now. It echoed slightly, like the space around them had opened up. I pictured a room with bare walls, something that could throw sound back unevenly. The system gave me a partial, not a full address, just a rough sector from a cell tower hit. It narrowed the search, but not enough. I pushed it through anyway, dispatching units to the area, feeding them what little I had. Unknown disturbance, possible assault in progress. Open line. The caller tried again. This time there were actual words, but they came out broken, cut short between sounds of movement. I caught a single clear word that I won't forget because of how small it sounded, against everything else. It wasn't shouted, it was forced out like it cost something to say. I leaned forward, repeating it back, asking them to confirm, to give me more. My pen hovered over the pad even though everything was being recorded. It's a habit. Writing makes it feel more real, more contained. The response was immediate and chaotic. A sudden rush of noise, a heavy impact, then a sharp, scraping slide that made my teeth clench. The breathing spiked, turned frantic, then cut off so abruptly it felt like someone had flipped a switch. Silence hit the line hard. I spoke again, louder now, calling out, trying to fill the gap, to draw something back. The silence held just long enough for me to think the call had dropped. Then something shifted in the background. Not the caller, something else. A faint, deliberate movement like weight settling. It wasn't rushed, it wasn't panicked, it was controlled. I stopped speaking for a second without meaning to. My finger hovered over the repeat key. The training says to keep the line active, keep talking, keep them engaged. But there was no one responding to engage, just that slow, measured sound. I resumed, voice steady again, asking for any sign of life, any indication the caller could still hear me. The words felt thin against the quiet. The trace updated. It refined the area, but still no exact location. A cluster of buildings, mixed residential and light industrial. I relayed the update. Heard confirmation come back from the units already moving in. They were close enough to start canvassing, but without an address, it meant knocking on doors, listening for anything out of place. On my end, the line carried a faint noise again, not the earlier struggle. This was softer, a dragging sound but slower, intermittent. It paused, resumed, paused again. Each time it stopped, I found myself holding my breath, waiting for it to start again. I tried to match it to something familiar. A chair leg, a shoe on concrete, fabric pulled across a rough surface. None of it quite fit. The rhythm was wrong. It didn't follow a pattern you'd expect from someone moving around normally. I asked if they could make any noise at all, even a tap. The line answered with a faint, irregular clicking, not consistent enough to be deliberate tapping, but not random either. It came in short bursts, then stopped completely. I marked it down anyway. Anything was something. Dispatch updated me that units were on the perimeter of the area. They were splitting up, checking buildings, listening. I imagined them stepping out of their vehicles into a place that, from the outside, probably looked ordinary. Closed doors, dark windows, nothing that would point to a call like this. The line shifted again, a sudden jolt of static, then a clearer sound than anything I'd heard so far. Footsteps, close to the phone, slow, heavy, and uneven, like whoever was moving wasn't concerned about being quiet anymore. I felt my grip tighten on the edge of the desk. The steps stopped. The silence that followed was different from before. It felt occupied. I spoke again, keeping my voice even, asking for identification, for any response. I avoided assumptions, stuck to protocol, but my words felt like they were landing in a space where they didn't belong. There was a faint sound in reply, not speech, not quite breathing, something in between, like air pushed through a constricted space. It lasted only a second, then cut off. I noted it, though my handwriting had started to slope without me realizing it. One of the units reported hearing something from inside a structure at the edge of the sector. They couldn't confirm what it was, just that it didn't match the quiet of the rest of the area. They were approaching, requesting backup. I relayed what I had from the call, every fragment, every shift in sound. It felt insufficient. It was insufficient. The line crackled again, then went abruptly clear, as if whatever had been obstructing the microphone had been removed. For a moment, the audio sharpened enough that I could hear the space more distinctly, the faint echo, the absence of outside noise. It sounded enclosed, but not small. There was no breathing now, no movement, just the open line. I asked again for any response, any sign. My voice sounded too controlled, like I was speaking to keep something else from creeping in. A new sound broke through. It came from farther away in the space, faint but distinct, a single impact. Then another, slightly closer. It repeated, irregular, closing distance in a way that made my chest tighten. I counted them without meaning to, then stopped myself. The intervals weren't consistent enough to track. It wasn't helpful. The impact stopped abruptly. Then, very close to the microphone, there was a brief, rough exhale. It wasn't the same as before. It wasn't strained. It wasn't panicked. It was steady. I felt a cold shift settle in my stomach, something that didn't belong in the logic of the call but refused to leave. I continued anyway, asking for confirmation of safety, for any indication of the caller's condition. The words felt procedural, detached from what I was hearing. No response came. The units reported forced entry into the structure they'd identified. They were moving through, clearing rooms. Their voices came through, clipped and focused. No immediate contact. No visible occupants. I relayed the status to the open line out of habit, even though there was no one responding. The audio remained unchanged, open, empty, listening. Then, faintly, at the very edge of what the line could carry, there was a sound that didn't match anything before. It was soft, almost lost in the static, but it held just long enough to register. A dragging noise, distant again, moving away. It faded gradually, not cut off, just diminishing, until it blended back into the low hum of the line. I stayed on the call as long as protocol allowed, repeating identification, requesting response, documenting every second of silence. The trace never refined beyond that partial. The units cleared the building and found nothing that matched the violence implied by the audio. No obvious signs of a struggle. No one inside. They expanded the search. Nearby structures, surrounding grounds, still nothing. Eventually, the line dropped on its own. I sat there for a moment after, headset still in place, listening to the absence where the call had been. The room around me felt louder than it should have, the usual background noise of the dispatch center pressing in. I finalized the report with what little we had: emotional distress, auditory evidence of a struggle, fragmented communication, active investigation, unresolved. The recording was archived, tagged and stored like any other. I listened to it once more before I closed it out, just to make sure I hadn't missed anything. The same sounds played back in the same order, unchanged, offering nothing new. No hidden clarity, no detail I could pull forward. When it ended the same way it had in real time, not with a definitive stop, just a thinning of sound until there was nothing left. I removed the headset and set it down carefully, like it might still be carrying something fragile. For the rest of the shift, every open line felt heavier, every stretch of silence felt occupied. And even now, when I think about that call, what stays with me isn't the struggle or the broken words. It's the moment the breathing changed, and the line didn't feel empty anymore. I was in the copy room when the first alarm sounded, a flat electronic tone that didn't match any of the drills we'd practiced, and I remember noticing how the fluorescent lights flickered in a way they never had before, as if the building itself had flinched at the noise. It was late morning, the kind of ordinary stretch between classes when the halls thin out, and the air settles into a predictable rhythm of footsteps and lockers. I had a stack of worksheets in my hands, warm from the printer, and the machine behind me kept cycling like nothing was wrong. The tone repeated, steady, unfamiliar, not fire, not lockdown, not anything I could immediately name. I stood there longer than I should have, listening, waiting for the follow-up announcement that always comes with drills. It didn't come. The first real shift happened in the hallway outside, a burst of movement, fast and uneven, shoes squeaking against tile, a chair scraping somewhere far off. I stepped out with the papers still in my hand and saw students moving in clusters, not running exactly, but moving with purpose, eyes wide, phones already out. One of the classroom doors was open, and a teacher stood in the frame, scanning both directions like she'd lost track of what protocol applied. We'd been told there would be a safety exercise that week. It was in an email, buried between schedule reminders and cafeteria updates. A planned scenario, coordinated with local responders, meant to test readiness. It was supposed to be controlled, clearly announced, structured. I remember thinking, standing there, that this must be it, just poorly timed or poorly explained. That thought held for about 5 seconds. Then someone shouted from the far end of the hall. Not words I could fully make out, just a sharp rising sound that didn't belong in any drill. A door slammed. Another followed. The teacher across from me pulled her door shut and locked it with a quick practice motion, then turned off the lights without hesitation. The hallway dimmed unevenly as other rooms did the same. The alarm kept sounding, unchanged, indifferent. I moved toward the nearest classroom I recognized, more out of instinct than instruction. Inside, students were already pressed against the interior wall, backpacks clutched tight, their attention split between the door and their screens. The teacher glanced at me, nodded once, and motioned for me to stay. I stepped in and the door closed behind me, the lock clicking with a finality that felt heavier than it should have. We waited. There's a particular kind of silence that happens when a room is full of people trying not to make noise. It's not quiet, not really. It's layered with breathing, shifting fabric, the faint buzz of electronics, the building's own systems humming overhead. Every small sound becomes amplified, interpreted, assigned meaning. A cough becomes a signal. A footstep in the hall becomes a threat. Phones started vibrating almost immediately. Notifications stacked faster than anyone could read them. I saw the glow of screens lighting faces in the dim room, messages spreading faster than any official announcement ever could. Fragments reached me without context. Someone heard something near the gym. Someone else said police were already on the way. A parent texted their child to hide. Another told theirs to run. No one in the room had clear information, but everyone had something, and the pieces didn't fit together. Minutes stretched in a way that made time feel unreliable. The alarm stopped at some point, though I couldn't say exactly when. Its absence didn't bring relief. It made the building feel even more exposed, like the only thing holding the situation in place had been removed. Footsteps in the hallway came and went in bursts, sometimes slow and measured, sometimes quick and scattered. At one point, there was a loud impact against a locker bank, metal ringing out in a long, hollow echo. Several students flinched in unison. The teacher held up a hand, a steadying gesture, though I could see her eyes tracking every sound with the same uncertainty we all felt. I kept thinking about the email, the planned exercise, the way it had been described as coordinated, controlled, clearly communicated. None of this matched that description. There had been no announcement, no explanation, no signal that this was anything but real. Another vibration cut through the room, louder this time, and someone whispered that police were outside. The word spread without anyone raising their voice, moving from one side of the room to the other in a chain of brief, urgent murmurs. Police outside, multiple units. Someone had seen them through a window in another wing. Someone else said they heard sirens. I moved slightly closer to the interior wall, the paper still in my hand now creased and damp at the edges. My role in that moment felt undefined, reduced to simply being another adult in the room, another pair of eyes and ears. I tried to focus on something concrete, the pattern of the floor tiles, the arrangement of desks, anything that didn't shift with every new piece of information. Time fractured again. There was a new sound, sharper than the rest, coming from somewhere deeper in the building. Not the alarm, not footsteps, something more abrupt, more contained. It echoed once, and then was gone. No one spoke, but the reaction was immediate. Bodies tensed, breathing changed. The room seemed to compress inward, as if everyone was trying to take up less space. I watched the teacher move to the door, not opening it, just placing a hand lightly against it, as if feeling for vibrations. She stood there for several seconds, then stepped back, her expression carefully neutral, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. More messages came through. Some contradicted each other within seconds. One said it was a drill that had gone wrong. Another insisted it wasn't a drill at all. A third claimed the school had never scheduled anything for that day. The lack of a single consistent explanation made everything feel less stable, not more. Outside, the sound shifted again. The distant wail of sirens became clearer, layering over each other as more vehicles arrived. The building responded in subtle ways, the air pressure changing as doors opened and closed somewhere beyond our line of sight. A voice carried faintly through the walls, too distorted to understand, but unmistakably authoritative. The first official communication finally came, not through the intercom, but through a message forwarded from someone's parent, who had apparently spoken to someone in the district office. It was a single sentence, clipped and insufficient. There was an exercise underway, and all participants should remain in place. The word exercise landed awkwardly in the room. It didn't align with the sounds we had heard, the reactions we had seen, the escalation happening outside. If it was an exercise, it had crossed a line into something else entirely. No one moved to unlock the door. The minutes that followed blurred together, but certain details stayed sharp. The way one student kept checking the same message thread over and over, as if it might change. The faint smell of dry erase markers and paper. The pressure in my chest that came not from exertion, but from sustained uncertainty. Eventually there was a knock at the door, firm and controlled, followed by a voice identifying itself as law enforcement. The teacher hesitated, just for a moment, then moved to verify through the narrow window. I couldn't see what she saw, only the shift in her posture as she processed it. The door opened a few inches, then wider. A uniformed officer stood in the hallway, posture alert but not urgent. He gave a brief explanation, something about a miscommunication, about a planned drill that had not been properly announced. He told us to remain calm, that there was no active threat, that procedures were being adjusted. The words were clear, but they didn't immediately dissolve the tension. Relief doesn't arrive all at once in those situations. It leaks in slowly, unevenly, competing with the adrenaline that hasn't yet had time to fade. We stayed in the room a while longer. Even after the explanation, no one rushed out. When the door finally opened fully and we stepped back into the hallway, the building looked the same as it always had, but it felt different, as if the structure had absorbed something and hadn't decided what to do with it yet. Students moved in clusters again, this time slower, voices low but continuous. Staff members spoke to each other in brief, clipped exchanges, trying to piece together what had happened. The official story began to take shape in fragments, a scheduled safety exercise, a failure in communication, a sequence of events that had been interpreted as real by those inside the building. Outside, the presence of emergency vehicles was undeniable. Police cars lined the curb, lights still flashing, officers positioned at various points around the campus. The scale of the response made it clear how completely the situation had escalated beyond its original intent.
I stepped out briefly, just far enough to see the full extent of it. The sky was clear, the light sharp and ordinary, completely at odds with the scene below. Parents had begun to gather at the edges, held back at a distance, phones raised, faces tight with concern. Back inside, announcements finally came over the intercom, measured and official, confirming what we had already been told in pieces. It was a drill. There had been a breakdown in communication. The response, both internal and external, had been real. Classes did not resume in any meaningful way that day. Students were released in stages, each group moving through a process that felt more like evacuation than dismissal. Conversations continued in low tones, looping over the same questions, the same moments, trying to align individual experiences with the emerging explanation. I returned to the copy room at some point, though I don't remember deciding to go there. The printer had long since stopped, the stack of worksheets still sitting in the tray where I had left them. I picked them up, smoothing the edges out of habit, and noticed how out of place they felt now, like artifacts from a version of the day that had been interrupted and never resumed. By the time I left the building, most of the vehicles were gone, the flashing lights replaced by the steady, unremarkable presence of an empty curb. The campus looked intact, unchanged in any visible way. If someone had arrived then with no context, they would have seen nothing unusual, but I could still trace the path of the morning in my head, from the first unfamiliar tone, to the moment the door opened, each step linked by the absence of clear information, by the way uncertainty filled every gap left by silence. That's the part that stayed with me. Not the alarm itself, not the presence of police, not even the realization that it had been a drill. It was the space in between, where no one knew what was happening, where every sound had to be interpreted without guidance, where the line between simulation and reality disappeared completely. I still think about how quickly it happened, how a planned exercise became something else, simply because the message didn't reach the people it needed to reach. The building didn't change, the procedures didn't change, only the understanding of what was happening shifted, and that was enough to turn a controlled scenario into something that felt entirely real. When I picture it now, it's not the crowded hallway or the police outside that comes back first. It's the copy room, the steady hum of the printer, and that first moment when the alarm sounded and nothing followed, just the tone hanging in the air with no explanation, no context, and no way to tell the difference between practice and something you're supposed to survive.
I was already sweating through my shirt by the time I stepped out onto the maintenance platform. Not from heat, but from the height pressing into my chest like a weight I couldn't shrug off. The city spread below me in clean geometric blocks, traffic sliding like colored veins, people reduced to moving dots. I kept my eyes on the railing, on my shoes, on anything that wasn't the drop because the drop had a way of pulling at me if I looked too long. I told myself it was just another shoot. The brand wanted something elevated. That was the word in the email. Elevated, raw, authentic. They sent over reference clips, people standing on ledges, wind catching their clothes, the skyline behind them like a prize. I'd done rooftop stuff before, but this was different. This was a communications tower with a narrow service deck, not meant for filming, not meant for anything except maintenance crews with harnesses and permits. I had neither. What I had was a window of access. A friend of a friend who worked security told me there was a blind spot during a shift change. 10 minutes, maybe less. Enough time to climb, get the shot, and leave. I told myself that was all I needed. My phone was already mounted on the small tripod I'd brought. Legs tightened and pressed against the metal grating. I tested it with a gentle push. It held. The wind pushed back, steady and cold, carrying the faint hum of the city upward. It made everything feel unstable, like the air itself was moving under my feet. I set the frame, checking the preview. My face, the skyline, the empty space behind me. It looked incredible, exactly what they wanted, exactly what I needed. I remember thinking how quiet it was up there. Not silent, but distant. The horns, the engines, even the construction noise, all of it softened into a background murmur. It made my own movements feel louder. The scrape of my shoe on metal, the click of the tripod adjustment, my breathing. I hit record. The red dot blinked on the screen, steady and indifferent. I stepped back into position, aligning myself with the shot I'd planned. One foot near the edge, the other slightly behind. Body turned just enough to show the drop without facing it directly. I'd practiced this pose on safer rooftops, memorized the angles that made it look riskier than it was. This time, it wasn't an illusion. I started my intro in my head, the way I always did. Short, punchy, like I was talking directly to whoever would end up watching. I raised my chin slightly, trying to ignore the wind tugging at my jacket. A gust hit harder than the others, sudden and sharp, pushing against my side. I adjusted my stance without thinking, shifting my weight forward. My front foot slid a fraction on the metal grating, just enough to make my stomach drop. I froze. It wasn't a full slip. I still had my balance. But the feeling lingered, that brief loss of control, like the ground had moved under me. I waited a second, letting my breathing settle, telling myself it was nothing. Just wind, just nerves. I glanced at the phone screen. The framing was still perfect. I didn't stop recording. Instead, I leaned into it. That was always the trick. If something felt risky, make it look intentional. I took a half step closer to the edge, slow and deliberate, so it would read as confidence instead of hesitation. The city opened up beneath me. I could see the grid of streets more clearly now, the way the sunlight hit the glass buildings and bounced in sharp flashes. It was almost beautiful, in a detached way, like looking at a model instead of something real. Another gust came, not as strong as the first, but enough to remind me where I was. My jacket snapped against my arms. The tripod rattled faintly behind me. I should have stopped then. I should have walked back, checked the footage, called it enough. No one would have known how close I was to the edge. The shot already looked dangerous from where I'd started. But I thought about the comments, the engagement, the way the algorithm rewarded things that felt just a little more extreme than the last post. Safe didn't spread. Safe didn't get shared. I took another step. This time, my heel hovered at the edge of the platform. I could feel the empty space behind it, the absence of support. It sent a strange sensation up my leg, like my body was trying to pull me back, even as I held my position. I kept my eyes on the phone. I started speaking then, the words coming automatically, shaped by repetition. I talked about pushing limits, about perspective, about seeing the world differently. It sounded convincing, even to me. Up there, with the wind and the height and the city below, it felt almost true. The wind shifted again. It came from a different angle this time, catching me off guard. My balance tipped sideways, not forward or back, but just enough to make my planted foot adjust. The metal under my shoe was rough, but there was dust, fine and loose, and it slid. I tried to correct it. My back foot moved instinctively, searching for a better grip. Instead, it found the edge. For a second, both feet were in the wrong place, one slipping, the other unsupported. The world narrowed. I remember the exact sound my shoe made as it scraped against the metal, a sharp hollow noise that didn't match the panic rising in my chest. My arms lifted, reaching for balance, for anything. There was nothing to grab. The railing was a step away, too far for my hands to catch in time. The tripod stood just out of reach, its thin legs useless for support. The wind pressed against me again, not strong enough to push, but enough to keep me off center. My weight shifted backward. It wasn't a dramatic fall at first. It was a lean, slow and wrong, like I was tipping past a point I couldn't return from. My body reacted, muscles tightening, trying to pull me forward again. My foot slipped completely. The moment stretched, thin and fragile. I saw the phone screen tilt as my body moved out of frame. The skyline filled it, bright and sharp. The red recording dot still blinked. Then the platform disappeared from under me. There's a strange clarity that comes with losing contact with the ground. The noise of the city surged back, louder than before, rushing up instead of drifting. The air felt colder, sharper against my skin. I didn't think about anything in that instant. No memories, no regrets, no grand realizations, just the immediate physical awareness that there was nothing beneath me. My hands closed on empty air. The building rushed past in a blur of glass and concrete. The angle shifted too quickly to focus on any single detail. The sky flipped, then the city, then the sky again. I caught a glimpse of the platform above, already too far away, the tripod still standing where I'd left it. The fall wasn't long enough for anything to change. The impact came hard and final, cutting off everything else. I didn't see what happened after, but I know how it must have looked. People on the street would have heard it first, a sound out of place among the usual city noise. Heads turning, movement pausing, someone pointing upward, trying to understand where it came from. The phone kept recording. From its position on the platform, it would have captured the empty space where I'd been standing, the skyline steady in the background. Maybe the wind shook it slightly. Maybe the audio picked up the faint echo from below. Witnesses gathered. Some closer, some at a distance, held back by instinct or by others. Someone would have called for help, voice tight and urgent, trying to describe something that didn't make sense in the moment. Emergency services arrived the way they always do, fast and methodical, lights flashing, people moving with purpose. They would have secured the area, checked for any sign of life, even if it was already clear. Up above, the tripod stood untouched. The footage stayed there until someone went up to retrieve it. Maybe security, maybe the same contact who'd told me about the blind
blind spot. They would have seen the setup, the angle, the way everything had been arranged for a shot that never finished. They would have watched the recording. It would start with me stepping into frame, the city behind me, the wind moving my jacket. It would show the small adjustments, the subtle shifts in balance. Nothing obvious at first, nothing that looked like a mistake. Then the slip, quick, almost easy to miss if you weren't looking for it. A change in posture, a foot moving where it shouldn't. The moment where control turned into something else. The frame would tilt slightly as I moved out of view. The skyline would fill the screen, steady and indifferent. The red dot would keep blinking, and then nothing. Just the city, stretching out in the distance, unchanged. By the time anyone saw the full video, the reason would be clear in a way it hadn't been in the moment. Not a mystery, not an equipment failure, not some hidden cause. Just a series of choices, each one small on its own, adding up to a position where there was no margin left. I think about that final frame sometimes, or I would if I could. How ordinary it must look without me in it. Just another view of the city from a high place. The kind people scroll past without a second thought. No one watching would feel the wind the way it was up there, or the way the metal shifted underfoot, or how easy it was to convince yourself that one more step wouldn't make a difference. But it did. Everything that mattered happened in those last few inches of space. The distance between where it was safe and where it wasn't. The platform is still there. The city is still there. People still go up high to get the perfect shot, to stand at the edge and prove something to an audience they can't see. From a distance it all looks the same, just a figure against the skyline, balanced on the edge, holding still for the camera, one step away from nothing.
I was halfway up the stairs when I heard the front door open. Not the quick, careless way my dad usually came in after work, but slow, like someone easing it inward to keep the hinges from speaking. The house felt wrong immediately. It was late afternoon, the kind of flat gray light that made everything inside look dull and shadowed, and I remember thinking how quiet it was for that time of day. The refrigerator hum carried farther than it should have. My sock slipped slightly on the step because I'd paused mid-step without realizing it. The door didn't shut all the way. It rested against the frame with a soft, hollow click. I stayed where I was, one foot on the step above, one below, my hand still on the banister. I could see the edge of the entryway from there, just a sliver of the front door and the mat. A shape moved across that slice of space, dark, slow, unfamiliar. I didn't call out. That's the part I think about the most now. I didn't say hello or dad like I normally would. Something about the way the door had opened told me not to. I backed up one step, then another, careful to place my weight on the outer edge of each stair so it wouldn't creak. The hallway upstairs felt narrower than usual, like it had tightened while I wasn't looking. My room was at the end, but I didn't go there. My door stuck sometimes when it closed all the way, and I didn't trust it to open quietly if I needed it to. Instead, I slipped into the small laundry room just off the hallway. It was barely big enough for the washer, the dryer, and a narrow gap between them and the wall. I squeezed into that gap, pulling the folding door almost closed, leaving a thin slit so I could see the hallway. The smell of detergent was sharp and clean, and it didn't match what I was feeling. My phone was in my pocket. I took it out slowly, like even that movement might make noise, and I stared at the screen for a second before I did anything. My hands were steady, which surprised me. I thought they would shake, but they didn't. I called 911. The call connected faster than I expected. I pressed the phone close to my ear and kept my voice as low as I could manage, barely more than breath. I told the dispatcher that someone had come into my house and that I didn't know who it was. I gave the address without thinking, like I'd practiced it. The dispatcher's voice stayed calm, even and measured. They asked where I was. I told them I was upstairs, hiding. They told me to stay where I was, to keep the line open, to not make any noise. I listened. At first there was nothing. Then I heard it soft movement below, the kind that carried through the floorboards in a way that made it hard to place exactly where it was coming from. A step, then another. Not rushed, not searching wildly, just moving. I described everything I heard to the dispatcher in a whisper. The sound of shoes on the floor, a faint scrape, like something being brushed aside, the creak of the first stair. That was the moment my chest tightened. The stairs, they were coming up. I pressed myself harder into the narrow space between the machines, feeling the cold metal of the washer against my shoulder. The folding door in front of me shifted slightly when I moved, and I froze until it settled again. The first step groaned under weight. I knew every sound those stairs made. I could tell which step someone was on just by how it sounded. The third step always gave a longer creak. The fifth had a short, sharp one. I counted without meaning to, not numbers, just positions, tracking where they were. The dispatcher asked if I could hear them. I breathed a quiet yes. The steps continued, slow and deliberate. Whoever it was didn't sound like they were trying to be silent anymore. It was as if they had decided it didn't matter. I watched the thin slice of hallway through the gap in the door. The light there shifted as something blocked it for a moment, then moved again. A shadow stretched across the wall, then disappeared. A footstep reached the top of the stairs. The house felt smaller with someone else in it. Every space seemed connected in a way it never had before, like there was nowhere truly separate, nowhere completely safe. The dispatcher asked if I had a lock. I looked at the flimsy folding door in front of me and said no. They told me to stay quiet, to stay hidden, that officers were on the way. I focused on my breathing, keeping it slow and shallow so it wouldn't carry. The air in the laundry room felt warmer now, or maybe that was just me. I could hear movement in the hallway, closer than before, a faint brushing sound against the wall, the soft thud of something being set down or picked up. I didn't look away from the gap. A shape passed by it, not fully visible, just enough to know someone was there. Dark clothing, the edge of a sleeve. The movement was unhurried, almost casual. They paused. I stopped breathing for a second without realizing it. The shadow lingered just beyond the frame of the door. I could hear a faint shift of weight, like they were standing still, listening. The silence stretched out, thick and heavy. I felt the phone against my ear, the faint presence of the dispatcher still there, still listening with me. The shadow moved again. Footsteps continued down the hallway, away from the laundry room, toward my bedroom. My door was slightly open. I pictured it the way I had left it, the angle of the gap, the way the light would fall through it. The steps stopped near that door. There was a pause, then the soft push of it opening wider. A faint sound from inside, something being disturbed. Not loud, just enough to tell me they had gone in. I closed my eyes for a second, then opened them again, keeping them fixed on the hallway. The dispatcher asked if I could still hear them. I whispered that they were in my room. They asked if I could describe them. I said I hadn't seen their face, only that they were wearing dark clothes and moved slowly. Time stretched in a way that didn't feel real. I don't know how long they stayed in my room. It felt like a long time, but it could have been seconds. The sounds were small and contained. Drawers opening, something being shifted, a faint scrape against the floor. Then the steps came back into the hallway. They were closer this time when they passed the laundry room again. I could hear the slight difference in the way the floor sounded under them, the subtle change that meant they were just outside. The folding door in front of me seemed too thin, the gap too wide. They stopped again. I stared at the narrow opening, expecting at any second to see a face appear, to have the door pulled open. My grip tightened on the phone. Nothing happened. After a moment, the steps continued. This time they went back toward the stairs. The first step down creaked, then the next. The sounds moved away, growing fainter with each one. I didn't move. I didn't shift. I stayed pressed into that narrow space, listening as the footsteps reached the bottom and continued into the house. The dispatcher told me officers were close. I whispered that I could still hear the person downstairs. There was a new sound then, a distant thud, sharper than the others, not loud but different. It came from near the front of the house. Then voices, not clear words, just the presence of more than one person speaking. The tone was different, firm, controlled. The movement downstairs changed. Faster now, less careful. A chair scraped loudly against the floor. Something bumped into a wall. I held still, my eyes still locked on the gap, even though nothing was happening in the hallway anymore. The voices became clearer, still not distinct enough to make out words, but enough to know there were multiple people. The tone was authoritative, commanding. Footsteps moved quickly across the floor below, a heavier tread now, more than one set. The sound of something being moved aside, then a sharp sudden stillness. The dispatcher said something about officers being inside. I didn't respond right away. I was still listening, waiting for any sign that the person might come back up the stairs. There was a brief burst of louder voices, then it dropped off again. The house settled into a different kind of quiet, one that felt less tense but not entirely safe yet. After a moment, I heard someone on the stairs again, but the rhythm was different this time, more direct. Less cautious. I tensed. Even though the dispatcher said it was likely the police, the steps reached the top, and a figure appeared in the hallway. This time, I saw more uniform.
the outline of equipment at the waist, the posture of someone scanning the space. I didn't move until I heard my name called, clear and certain. I pushed the folding door open slowly, the hinge making a soft sound that seemed too loud after everything else. I stepped out into the hallway, my legs feeling strange, like they didn't fully belong to me. The officer turned toward me immediately. Their presence filled the hallway in a way that pushed everything else back. They guided me away from the laundry room, down the hallway, keeping themselves between me and the stairs. I glanced once toward my bedroom, the door still open. Things inside shifted out of place. As we reached the top of the stairs, I looked down into the living room. They had the person on the floor near the center of the room, hands behind their back. One officer standing over them, another nearby. The front door was fully open now, letting in the flat gray light from outside. The person didn't look up. I didn't see their face clearly. I only saw the outline of them against the floor, the way their shoulders moved with each breath. The officer beside me kept guiding me, turning me away from the view, leading me toward the kitchen, and then out the back door. Outside, the air felt colder than I expected. I stood on the patio, looking back at the house, trying to match what I had just experienced with the place I'd always known. Everything looked the same from the outside. The windows, the siding, the small details I'd seen every day without thinking, but it didn't feel the same anymore. I realized then that I had stayed on the line the entire time. The phone was still in my hand, still connected. I lifted it slightly, my grip loosening for the first time since I dialed. I told the dispatcher it was over. They stayed on the line a little longer, just long enough to make sure I was with the officers, just long enough for the world to start feeling solid again. When the call ended, the silence that followed was different from the one before. It wasn't empty. It was settled, like something had been put back into place. I looked at my hands then. They were still steady. That's what I remember most, standing there behind the house, the faint noise of movement inside as everything was being handled, the open back door, the ordinary shape of the yard. Nothing about the scene matched how close it had come to being something else entirely. And for a long time after, every time I heard the front door open, even just a normal, careless push inward, I saw it again in that same slow, careful way. The hinge held quiet, the door stopping just short of the frame, and I felt that same stillness settle over the house before anything else could happen.
I was halfway across the bridge when the first sound came through the steering column. A deep shudder that didn't match the rhythm of traffic or wind. It felt like the road itself had taken a breath and held it. The sky was still that pale, early gray, the kind that flattens everything into the same color, and the river below looked like dull metal. I remember easing off the accelerator, more out of instinct than fear, watching the brake lights ahead ripple on in a slow, uncertain chain. Then the deck dropped. Not all at once. A section ahead of me sagged like something giving way under weight. A long, slow bend that turned into a violent snap. The sound came a fraction later. A crack that punched through the cabin and into my chest. Cars tilted at angles that didn't make sense. Sliding, bumping, some stopping dead as others lurched forward into them. The horizon shifted. I saw the guardrail ahead dip and vanish, and beyond it, empty space where the roadway had been. I braked hard. The tires chirped and the seatbelt locked across my chest. The car behind me swerved, clipped my rear bumper, and spun to a stop at an angle. For a second, everything held, like the bridge was deciding whether to fail or not. Then it went. The section ahead broke free completely, dropping out of sight. Vehicles went with it. I saw one pickup tilt nose first and disappear, its taillights blinking once before they were gone. Another car caught the edge, hung there, and then slid off. The sound of metal tearing and concrete cracking blended into a single continuous roar. The part of the bridge I was on shuddered again, and I felt the rear wheels lift just enough to make my stomach drop. I killed the engine without thinking and threw the door open. The air outside smelled like dust and something sharp like hot brakes. People were already out of their cars, some standing still, some moving without direction. A man in a suit was gripping the hood of his car, staring ahead with his mouth open. A woman farther up was on her knees, hands on the pavement like she was trying to hold it together. I looked back. The span behind us was still intact, but traffic had stopped completely. Drivers were getting out, phones already in their hands. I could hear sirens in the distance, faint at first, then growing. I moved forward, stepping around a car that had its front end crumpled against another. The pavement under my boots felt uneven, like it had shifted in ways you couldn't see. About 30 yards ahead, The bridge ended in a jagged break. Rebar stuck out like broken bones. The river was visible through the gap, dark and wide, carrying debris downstream. There were people at the edge. One man was lying flat, reaching down over the side, shouting something I couldn't make out. Another had a jacket wrapped around his arm, like he'd already used it for something. I ran the last stretch, slowing as I got closer, not trusting the ground. When I reached them, I saw what they were looking at. A car had caught on a lower support beam, half submerged. The front end was in the water, the rear angled up, the driver's side door crushed inward. The river pushed against it, rocking it gently like it was testing how much it could take. Inside, I could see movement. Someone was alive. "Can you hear me?" I shouted, dropping to my stomach beside the man already there. My voice sounded thin against the noise of the water. The man next to me glanced at me, eyes wide, then back down. "There's someone in there," he said unnecessarily. I shrugged off my jacket and twisted it into a rough rope, handing one end to him. "Hold this," I said, keeping my voice as steady as I could. I slid closer to the edge, ignoring the way the concrete crumbled slightly under my weight. The drop wasn't straight down. The broken edge angled inward, a sloped mess of concrete and steel. I swung my legs over, testing each foothold before shifting my weight. The cold from the river came up immediately, cutting through my clothes. Halfway down, I heard another crack above me. I froze, pressing myself against the concrete. Small pieces of debris rattled past, bouncing off the surface and into the water below. Someone above shouted for everyone to move back. I kept going. The car was closer than it looked from above, but the angle made it awkward to reach. I stretched out, grabbing the edge of the rear door. It was slick with water and something else I didn't look at too closely. Inside, the driver was slumped sideways, one arm pinned. Their head was above water, but just barely. The current pushed against the door, making it vibrate under my hand. "I'm here," I said, louder now, not sure if they could hear me. "I'm going to try to get you out." Their eyes moved, focusing on me for a second, then drifting, conscious but fading. I braced one foot against a piece of exposed rebar and pulled on the door. It didn't budge. I tried again, putting more of my weight into it. The metal groaned but held. The angle was wrong. I shifted, trying to get a better grip, and felt the car dip slightly as I leaned on it. Above me, the man holding my jacket tightened his grip. "Careful," he called down. I nodded, though he couldn't see it. I reached inside through the broken window instead, feeling for the driver's arm. It was wedged between the seat and the door. I tried to pull it free, but it wouldn't move. The current surged, slapping water against my legs, soaking me through. "Stay with me," I said, more to keep myself focused than anything else. I changed tactics. Instead of pulling the arm, I pushed against the seat, trying to create space. The seat shifted a fraction, enough to loosen the pressure. I grabbed the arm again and pulled. This time it came free, and the driver gasped, a sharp intake that cut through the noise. "Good," I said. "That's good." I hooked my arm under theirs and tried to lift, but the angle worked against me. The car shifted again, dipping lower at the front. Water surged up over the hood, spilling into the cabin. "We need to move," I called up. Hands appeared above me, reaching down. Someone had found another piece of clothing, extending it like a lifeline. I guided the driver's free arm up, helping them grasp it. Together, we pulled, inch by inch, until their upper body cleared the window. The car lurched. For a second, everything went weightless. The rear end slipped off the beam, dropping just enough to yank the driver from my grip. The makeshift line above went taut, catching them under the shoulders. I lost my footing and slammed against the concrete, the impact knocking the air out of me. The car went under. It disappeared in a rush of water and bubbles, leaving nothing but ripples and debris. The driver hung above me, half conscious, supported by the people on the bridge. "Pull," I managed, forcing air back into my lungs. They did. Slowly, carefully, they hauled the driver up and over the edge. I followed, climbing back up the same way I'd come down, my hands numb and shaking. When I rolled onto the intact part of the bridge, the world felt too bright, even under the gray sky. Sirens were louder now, multiple directions, overlapping. Emergency vehicles were lining up at both ends, lights flashing in the dim morning. I pushed myself to my feet and looked around. More sections had given way farther down, not as large as the first, but enough to scatter debris across the span. People were clustered in small groups, some helping, some just standing. A few were on their phones, pacing, voices tight.
First responders reached us within minutes. They moved with a kind of controlled urgency, spreading out, assessing, calling out locations. One of them knelt by the driver we'd pulled up, checking their airway, their pulse, issuing quick instructions to others. I stepped back, suddenly aware of how soaked and cold I was. My hands were scraped, small cuts stinging as the air hit them. I didn't feel it fully yet. Everything was still running on momentum. More calls were coming in. I could hear it from the radios clipped to their shoulders. A constant stream of locations, reports, requests for units. The scale of it was becoming clear. This wasn't just one section. It was multiple points along the structure. Failures cascading in ways no one had expected. A firefighter approached me, eyes scanning me quickly. "You okay?" I nodded. "There are more down there," I said, pointing toward where the car had gone under. "At least one vehicle." He followed my gesture, then spoke into his radio, relaying the information. Divers were already being requested. Boats were being mobilized from both sides of the river. I moved along the edge, keeping a safe distance now, looking for any sign of movement below. The water carried pieces of the bridge downstream. Chunks of concrete, bits of railing, smaller debris that spun in the current. Time blurred. More responders arrived. Police set up perimeters, redirecting traffic, keeping people from moving into unstable areas. Rescue teams moved in coordinated lines, checking vehicles that were still on the intact sections, calling out, listening for responses. Ladders were brought in, ropes anchored, teams lowered carefully over edges to reach areas that were still accessible. I found myself helping where I could, holding a line, passing equipment, guiding someone away from a section that had started to crack. It wasn't organized at first, just people doing what they could, but it settled into something more structured as the professionals took over. At one point, I stood near the center of what remained, looking both ways along the bridge. The scale of it stretched out in either direction, a long broken line over the water. The early morning light had shifted, turning the river from dull gray to something brighter, almost reflective. It made the gaps in the bridge stand out even more. Dark breaks against the surface. A helicopter came in low, hovering over one of the larger collapses. The downdraft whipped up dust and loose debris, forcing us to shield our eyes. A rescue basket was lowered, swinging slightly, then steadied as it reached someone stranded on a narrow section of intact roadway. Everywhere there was motion, and underneath it, a constant awareness that more could give way at any moment. I kept thinking about the first shudder, how subtle it had been, how easy it would have been to ignore. If I had been a few seconds earlier, a few cars ahead, I would have been in that section when it went. That thought stayed with me, sitting just behind everything else. As the hours passed, the initial chaos gave way to a steady, relentless operation. Boats moved along the river, scanning, marking locations. Divers went in where they could. On the bridge, teams worked methodically, vehicle by vehicle, section by section. I was eventually guided off the structure, along with other witnesses. We were led to a staging area set up near the end of the bridge, where medics checked us over, asked for basic information, directed us to sit if we needed to. I sat on the back of an ambulance, a blanket draped over my shoulders, watching the bridge from a distance. It looked different from there, smaller somehow, but the damage was clearer. Entire segments were gone, the remaining parts uneven, like a broken spine. People moved around me, some talking quietly, others staring in the same direction I was. The sound of sirens never fully stopped. It just became part of the background. I replayed the moment of the collapse over and over, trying to find something I had missed, some sign that would have made it make sense sooner. But it always came back the same: the shudder, the sag, the break. By the time the sun was fully up, the operation was still going. More units had arrived. The area was secured, the flow of responders steady and controlled. What had been a normal morning commute had turned into something else entirely, something that would take days, maybe longer, to fully understand. I left when they told me I could, after giving a statement, after making sure there was nothing more I could do there. I walked away from the bridge on unsteady legs, the blanket still around my shoulders, the sounds of the response fading slowly behind me. The last time I looked back, the helicopter was still hovering over the water, and the broken edge of the bridge cast a jagged reflection across the river, like a line that had been torn and left unfinished.
I started keeping a log because the dispatcher told me to be precise, to write everything down in a way that could be used later, dates and times, and what exactly was said, what exactly was done, and where I was standing when it happened. The first entry was nothing more than a note about the mailbox being open before sunrise. The metal door lifted as if someone had checked it and left it that way. I wrote the time from the microwave clock and the temperature from the weather app, and I told myself that details would protect me. By the third entry, I was recording license plate numbers I didn't recognize parked half a block away. By the sixth, I was describing footsteps on the gravel strip beside my house that led from the sidewalk to the side gate. footsteps that stopped just short of the latch and then retreated. I took photos of the impressions when the light was right, kneeling in the damp grass in my work clothes before I had to leave. I emailed those photos to the officer who had given me his card and told me to keep documenting. I had already filed for protection. The order was supposed to create a clean boundary, a line I could point to and say, "Here, this is the law, this is where you stop." The paperwork sat in a plastic sleeve on my kitchen counter next to the fruit bowl, easy to grab if I needed to show it to someone. I kept copies in my purse, in my car, in a folder at work. I followed the steps exactly. I showed up to the hearings. I spoke when I was asked. I answered questions with the kind of clarity that comes from rehearsing your own fear until it sounds like a report. He wasn't supposed to be anywhere near me. I did not write his name in the log. I wrote him, as if that would make the entries easier to read back later, as if a pronoun could contain everything without spilling it across the page. The officers used his name when they spoke to me, and the lawyers used it when they filed motions, but in my notebook it was always him, arriving and leaving, calling from unknown numbers, sending messages through accounts that appeared and disappeared. I saved what I could. I took screenshots. I forwarded everything. The first time I went to the station in person, it was mid-morning, and the lobby smelled faintly of coffee and floor cleaner. I waited in a molded plastic chair while someone at the desk finished a call. When it was my turn, I explained the situation the way I had practiced, a short summary followed by the specifics, dates, times, the order in place. The officer nodded, asked a few questions, and told me they would note it, that I was doing the right thing by keeping records. I left with a case number written on a slip of paper. Weeks passed like that, measured in entries. A car idling too long at the corner. A knock at the door when I knew no one was expected. The gate unlatched again. The sound of someone moving along the side of the house late at night. Too heavy to be a cat. Too deliberate to be the wind. Each time I added to the log. Each time I reported it. Each time I was told that without direct contact or clear evidence of a violation at that exact moment, there was only so much they could do. I rearranged my routines. I left for work earlier, came home later, varied my routes. I installed a camera over the front door and another aimed at the driveway, the small red lights blinking steadily like a promise. I checked them from my phone during breaks, watching empty frames of my own house, the ordinary quiet of a suburban street, neighbors walking dogs, kids riding bikes, the delivery truck that came around the same time each afternoon. I told my closest neighbor, the one whose kitchen window faced my side yard, and she said she would keep an eye out. She gave me her number and told me to call any time, day or night. I added her to my contacts and wrote her name in the margin of a page in my log, underlined twice. There were mornings when I would stand at the sink and look out at the street and feel a tightness in my chest that had no clear source, as if my body had learned something my mind was still trying to catch up to. I would make coffee, pack my bag, check the locks, check the windows, check the cameras, and then leave, telling myself that this was what being careful looked like. The calls came in waves, unknown numbers, sometimes local, sometimes from other states. When I answered, there was often silence on the other end, or a breath, or a click. I stopped answering. I let them go to voicemail and saved each one, even the empty ones, even the ones that contained nothing but a few seconds of static. I attached them to emails. I sent them to the officer with the card. I remember the day I found the note tucked under the windshield wiper. It was early, the sky still gray, the air cool enough that I could see my breath. The paper was folded once, plain, the kind you could tear from a notebook. There was no name on it, just a short line in block letters that I recognized even without seeing his name, the way you recognize a voice even when it says nothing. I didn't unfold it there. I took a photo first, then slid it into a plastic bag I kept in the glove compartment for this exact reason. I drove straight to the station. They took the bag, logged it, asked me the same questions, wrote things down. The officer I spoke to that morning had a tired look, like he had been on shift too long, but he was patient. He told me again that I was doing everything right. He told me to keep documenting. He told me to call if anything escalated. I wanted to ask him what counted as escalation. Instead, I nodded and went back to my car and wrote the time and the details in my notebook. The act of writing a small way to hold on to control. The order was still in place. The boundaries were still there, on paper, in files, in the system. But the space between what was written and what was happening in my yard felt like it was widening, like a gap I couldn't cross. The night before it happened, I did not sleep well. There was nothing specific I could point to in my log for that date. No entry that would later stand out as a clear warning. Just a general unease, a restlessness that kept me moving from room to room, checking the same locks, the same windows, the same camera feeds. I watched the front porch for a long time, the image grainy in the low light, the empty steps leading up to the door. At some point, I sat at the kitchen table and went through the stack of papers again, the order, the reports, the emails printed out and organized. I lined them up, straightened the edges, made sure everything was in order. I remember thinking that if I had to hand these to someone quickly, I wanted them to be ready. When I finally lay down, it was already late, or early, depending on how you looked at it. The house was quiet, the street outside was quiet. I closed my eyes and tried to rest. I woke before the alarm, the room still dim, the first hint of light just beginning to show at the edges of the curtains. For a moment, I lay still, listening. There was a sound I couldn't place at first, something out of rhythm with the usual morning noises, not the distant hum of a car or the rustle of leaves. Then I realized it was the gate. I sat up, the movement quick, my heart already beating faster. The sound came again, the faint metallic shift of the latch being handled. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my fingers finding it without looking, and I opened the camera app, pulling up the feed from the side yard. The image took a second to load. When it did, the frame showed the narrow strip of space between my house and the fence, the gate at the far end. It was open. There was a figure just inside the frame, partially obscured by the angle, but close enough that I could see the outline of a person moving along the side of the house toward the back door. The camera did not capture a face, only the motion, the shape. I knew it was him. My body moved before my thoughts could catch up. I slid out of bed, grabbed the folder from the kitchen table as I passed through, the plastic sleeve crinkling in my hand. I dialed 911 with my thumb, the number already familiar from the times I had rehearsed this in my head. I spoke as clearly as I could, giving my address, describing what I was seeing, what I had been documenting, the order in place. The dispatcher's voice was steady, asking me to stay on the line, telling me officers were on the way. There was another sound, closer now, from the back of the house, a door handle being tested. I moved toward the front of the house, toward the door that faced the street, the one the officers would come to. I could feel my hands shaking, the folder slipping slightly in my grip. I tightened my hold on it as if the papers inside could anchor me. The dispatcher asked if I could get to a safe place. I told her where I was, that I was moving to the front, that I could hear him at the back. She told me to stay on the line, to keep talking. There was a sharp noise from behind me, something giving way. I did not turn around. I kept moving, my focus on the front door, on the lock, on the distance between where I was and where I needed to be. The next moments blur when I try to line them up in my log, the way I had done with everything else. There are sounds I remember more than anything else, loud and out of place in the quiet morning, the kind of sounds that don't belong in a neighborhood like mine. There is the sensation of the floor under my feet, the weight of the folder in my hand, the pressure of the phone against my ear. I remember the dispatcher's voice changing, becoming more urgent, telling me to get down, to stay where I was. I remember trying to answer, my voice not sounding like my own. There were other voices then, from outside, from the front. Commands shouted, the arrival of the officers I had been waiting for, the ones who had told me to document, to report, to call. The house filled with movement that did not belong to me. Afterward, the log becomes something else. It is no longer just my handwriting on lined paper. It is statements taken, times recorded by others, reports filed. It is the presence of law enforcement vehicles on my street, lights flashing in the early morning light, neighbors gathered at a distance, watching. It is the knowledge that what I had been trying to prevent, what I had been documenting in careful detail, had still happened, that the line on paper had not held. I was led out of the house at some point, the folder still in my hand, the plastic sleeve bent at the corner where I had gripped it too tightly. I remember looking back once, at the front door, at the place where I had stood with the dispatcher on the line, at the threshold that had seemed like a boundary. The street looked the same as it always had, the same houses, the same trees, the same stretch of pavement, but there was a weight to it now, a sense of something having shifted that could not be undone. Later, when I tried to add a final entry to my log, my hand hovered over the page for a long time. The neat structure I had kept for weeks felt inadequate, the columns of time and detail unable to contain what had happened. I wrote the date, I wrote the time, I wrote that I had done everything I was told to do, that I had followed every step, that I had believed the system would hold the line it had drawn. Then I stopped, the pen resting against the paper, and I looked at the stack of pages that came before, the record of a threat that had been seen, noted, and yet had still found its way to my door. The last thing I wrote was not a detail, not a time,
Not an observation, but a simple statement of fact, the only one that seemed to matter anymore, and I left it there at the bottom of the page, the ink still fresh as the morning light came through the window.
I remember the sound first, not a crash or anything dramatic, just the dull, wrong thud of something heavy meeting the kitchen floor when it shouldn't have. It came from behind me while I was lining up my toy cars along the grout lines, making sure the wheels fit perfectly between the cracks. The refrigerator hummed like it always did. The clock blinked the same green numbers, but that sound cut through everything and left a hollow space in the room. I didn't turn right away. I stared at the car in my hand and tried to decide if the sound meant I had to stop playing. The house felt the same, but also not the same, like when a light flickers and you're not sure if it actually changed or if your eyes did something strange. Then I looked. My mom was on the floor near the counter, one arm bent under her in a way I'd never seen before. A cup had rolled away from her hand and stopped against the cabinet. There was water spreading slowly, thin and quiet, slipping into the same grout lines where my cars had been. I stood up and waited for her to move. She didn't. I walked closer, careful not to step on the water. Her eyes were open but not looking at me. I remember thinking she was pretending, like when she would freeze and then jump at me to make me laugh. I waited for the jump. It didn't come. I said her name once, softly, because the room felt like it might break if I was too loud. She didn't answer. I said it again, louder this time. Still nothing. I touched her shoulder. It was warm, but she didn't react. I pushed a little harder the way she would nudge me awake in the mornings. Her body moved slightly, heavy and loose, then settled back into the same wrong shape. Something inside me shifted then, like a decision I didn't know how to name. I stopped waiting for her to fix it. I had seen her use the phone 100 times. I knew where she kept it when she wasn't holding it. On the small table near the couch, next to the lamp with the crooked shade. I looked toward the living room and felt the distance stretch out, longer than it ever had. I walked, then ran. The phone was there, face down. I picked it up with both hands because it felt heavier than usual, like it mattered more now. The screen lit up when I pressed the side button the way I'd seen her do. There were numbers, bright and clear, waiting for something. I didn't know all the rules, but I knew one thing she had told me more than once. Her voice serious in a way that made me listen. If something is very wrong, call for help. I pressed the numbers slowly, making sure each one was right. My finger hovered for a second before the last tap, like I was about to do something that couldn't be undone. Then I pressed it. The ringing felt too loud. Each tone filled the room, bouncing off the walls and coming back at me. I held the phone tight against my ear and watched the hallway, as if something might come down it. When the voice answered, calm and steady, I didn't feel scared anymore. I felt like I had something to do. I told them my mom was on the floor and wouldn't get up. The words came out uneven, but I kept going. I gave them our address the way she had made me practice, repeating it until I got it right. The voice asked questions, and I answered the ones I could. They told me to stay on the line. I did. I walked back to the kitchen with the phone still pressed to my ear. The water had spread farther now, a thin, shining path under the table. My cars were still lined up where I'd left them, untouched, like they were waiting for me to come back and finish something. I knelt beside her again. The voice on the phone told me to say her name loudly and tap her. I did both. My voice sounded different, bigger and sharper than it ever had before. Her head moved slightly with the tapping, but her eyes stayed the same. The voice told me to look at her chest, to see if it was moving. I stared, trying to see what they meant. It was hard to tell at first, but then I noticed a small rise, then a fall, slow and uneven. I told them she was breathing. They said that was good. They said help was coming. They told me to stay with her and keep talking, even if she didn't answer. So I did. I told her about the cars, about how I had almost finished lining them up. I told her the blue one kept tipping over, and I didn't know why. I told her I was right there, and that she needed to get up, because the floor was cold. My voice filled the kitchen, bouncing off the cabinets and coming back to me, the only sound besides the hum of the refrigerator and the quiet voice in my ear guiding me through each step. Time didn't feel normal. It stretched and folded in strange ways. I kept looking toward the front door, expecting it to open at any second, but it stayed closed. The voice asked me if the door was locked.
I didn't know. They told me to go check and unlock it if it was. I hesitated, looking at my mom on the floor. Leaving her felt wrong, like breaking a rule I couldn't explain. The voice repeated the instruction, calm and certain. I stood up, my legs feeling stiff, and walked to the door. The lock was in place. I turned it the way I'd seen her do, the metal clicking louder than usual. I opened the door a little, just enough so someone could come in, then went back to the kitchen. She was still there, exactly the same. I knelt down again and kept talking. At some point I heard something new, faint at first, then growing louder. A distant wail that didn't belong to the house or the street I knew. It rose and fell, coming closer, filling the spaces between my words. The voice on the phone told me that was the ambulance, that they were almost there. I felt something loosen in my chest. Not relief exactly, but a shift from holding everything alone to sharing it with something bigger. The sound stopped abruptly outside, replaced by footsteps and the quick, purposeful movement of people who knew what they were doing. The front door opened wider, and voices filled the house, controlled but urgent. They came into the kitchen and took in the scene in a single glance. One of them knelt beside my mom, checking her in ways I didn't fully understand. Another spoke to me, not asking questions all at once, but guiding me to the side so they could work. I moved back, still holding the phone, not sure if I was supposed to hang up. The voice on the line told me I had done exactly what I needed to do, that I could stay on or end the call. I stayed for a moment longer, listening, then slowly lowered the phone. The kitchen changed quickly. Equipment appeared. Movements became faster, more focused. They spoke to each other in short, clear phrases that I couldn't follow, but their tone made it seem like there was a path through this, something they were moving toward. I stood near the doorway, out of the way, watching. At one point, one of them glanced at me and gave a small nod. Not a smile, but something steady and reassuring. It anchored me in place. They lifted her onto a stretcher, securing her with careful, practiced motions. Her arm, the one that had been bent under her, was repositioned. Straightened in a way that looked more like her again, they moved her toward the door, the wheels of the stretcher rolling over the tile and then onto the hardwood with a soft change in sound. I followed as far as the doorway, stopping where the floor changed. The outside air felt different, cooler, carrying the faint smell of something sharp and clean from the ambulance. They loaded her in, continuing their work without pause. One of them asked me if there was someone they could call, a relative, a neighbor. I gave them the number I knew, reciting it carefully, the way I had with the address. They repeated it back, then nodded. The doors of the ambulance closed with a firm final sound. The siren started again, not as loud from where I stood, but still strong, still cutting through everything else. The vehicle pulled away, the sound fading as it turned the corner and disappeared. I stood in the doorway for a long moment after it was gone. The house was quiet again when I went back inside, but it wasn't the same quiet as before. It felt used, like something important had passed through it and left a mark you couldn't see. The kitchen floor was still wet, the water having spread and then stopped, a thin border marking how far it had gone. My cars were still lined up, the blue one still tilted slightly to one side. I walked over and picked it up, setting it straight. I looked at the place where my mom had been lying, the space now empty but still holding the shape of what had happened. The hum of the refrigerator continued, steady and unchanged, like it had decided not to notice anything at all. I sat down on the floor, near the grout lines, and placed the cars back where they had been. My hands moved automatically, finishing the line I had started before everything changed. The front door remained slightly open, letting in a thin strip of light, and the distant, normal sounds of the neighborhood continuing on, as if nothing had happened. I remember staring at that strip of light, listening to the quiet house and realizing that I had done something I didn't fully understand, something that had moved everything from one place to another. The phone lay on the table in the other room, the screen dark again, as if it had never been used. I stayed there on the kitchen floor, the cars lined up in front of me, the water slowly drying into faint irregular shapes, and the space where she had been lingering in my view like an outline I couldn't erase.
I remember the sound first, not the impact, not the water, just the hollow crack of something underneath us, giving way where the shoulder should have been solid. The car tilted before I understood why, the headlights suddenly pointing at a slant into dark water that hadn't been visible a second before. We weren't going fast. That's the part that never sits right with me. It was a quiet road that ran alongside the canal, the kind of place you drive slower without thinking, because there's nothing out there but weeds and a narrow strip of asphalt. I had one hand on the wheel, the other reaching back to pass a drink to my youngest brother. The edge of the road just wasn't where I thought it was. The front tires slid first, a soft crumble under them, then a heavier drop. I remember correcting, turning the wheel, but there was no grip to find. The car leaned, then tipped, then the whole world shifted forward and down. We went in nose first. The water hit the hood with a blunt, crushing sound, and then it was up over the windshield before I could even finish a breath. The engine cut out in a sharp, final way. Everything that had been familiar, the hum, the light, the sense of direction, just stopped. Cold came through the doors almost immediately. I don't remember yelling, but I must have. The kids in the back were moving, scrambling, their voices high and overlapping. The car didn't flip, but it settled at an angle, the front lower than the back, which gave us a few seconds of air trapped toward the rear. Those seconds felt longer than they were, stretched thin by panic. I twisted around in my seat, already pulling at my belt. It stuck for half a second, just long enough to spike something sharp in my chest, then released. The cabin light flickered once and died, leaving only the dim spill of headlights diffused through water. "Out," I said, or something like it, my voice sounding strange even to me. "We have to get out." The doors wouldn't open at first. I knew that much. At least pressure, water on the outside holding them shut. I'd heard it somewhere, maybe in a video or a story, something about waiting until the water level inside rises enough to equalize. Waiting didn't feel possible. The water was already at my knees, then my waist, creeping higher with a steady, unstoppable pace. My youngest was crying, not loud, just a broken, panicked sound that kept catching in his throat. The middle one was trying to unbuckle himself, but his hands kept slipping. "Listen to me," I said, turning fully now, bracing one hand against the front seat. "Do exactly what I say." I reached back and got the middle one's seatbelt free, then the youngest's. The water was up to the bottom of the seats, then over them. It soaked through everything instantly, heavy and cold. "Climb up," I told them. "Stay at the back. Keep your heads up." They scrambled, pushing themselves toward the highest point of the cabin. The air pocket was shrinking, but it was still there, a narrow space near the rear window where they could breathe. I tried the rear door. It didn't move. I tried again, putting my shoulder into it, but the pressure held it fast. The water reached my chest. It was so cold it felt like something solid pressing against me. My breaths came shorter, sharper, and I had to force myself to slow them. "Okay," I said, though I don't know if it sounded like anything steady. "Okay." We wait, then we push together. The headlights dimmed further as water swallowed more of them. The inside of the car took on a murky green-brown tint, shapes flattening, edges blurring. I could see their faces just enough to know they were watching me. That mattered more than anything. When the water reached their chins, I knew we were close. The pressure should be equal enough now. "Big breath," I told them. "When I say we push hard, all of us." I took one myself, deeper than I thought I could manage, and held it. Now, we pushed at the rear door together. For a second, nothing changed. Then there was a shift, a small sudden give, and the door cracked open just enough for water to rush in faster, equalizing the last of the pressure. The force of it shoved us back. I grabbed the edge of the door and pulled. This time it opened wider, the canal pouring in around us, filling the remaining airspace in a rush. Everything went fully underwater. The world became soundless except for the dull roar in my ears. The light was dim, distorted. Movement felt slower, heavier. I shoved the door open all the way and pulled the middle one toward it, guiding him out. He kicked and flailed at first, then found the direction, pushing upward. I followed him halfway, then turned back for the youngest. He was smaller, harder to grip with wet clothes and everything slipping. I got an arm around his chest and pushed him toward the opening. He clung for a moment, his hands catching at my shirt. Then I forced him loose and pointed upward. "Up. Just go up." He went. For a second, I watched both of them as shadows moving toward the lighter surface above. Then I turned to get out myself. My foot caught on something. It wasn't dramatic, just a simple snag. My shoe wedged under the edge of the front seat, twisted at an angle I hadn't noticed. I yanked once hard, expecting it to come free. It didn't. The cold was worse now, deeper, seeping in past the first shock, and into something heavier. My chest tightened, my lungs already starting to burn from the breath I'd taken. I bent down, pulling at my leg, trying to angle it out. The car felt smaller suddenly, the space tighter, the door farther away than it should have been. I pulled again. Nothing. The water pressed in on all sides, steady and indifferent. My movements felt slower, less precise. ice. I couldn't get enough leverage. I tried to reach down and free it with my hands, but I couldn't see clearly, and my fingers kept slipping off whatever had me caught. My lungs tightened further. The urge to breathe was building, a sharp rising pressure that pushed against everything else. I looked up. Through the open door, I could see the surface, faint light, broken and wavering. For a second, I thought I saw movement there, shapes above the water, maybe the kids reaching the bank, or someone else already there. That part isn't clear. I tried again, harder this time, twisting my leg, pulling with everything I had. Something shifted slightly, just enough to give me hope, but not enough to free me. The pressure in my chest spiked. I clamped my mouth shut, forcing myself to hold on, to think. There had to be a way to get loose. If I could just. My foot slipped half an inch, then stuck again. The car creaked softly, settling further into the canal bed. A cloud of silt drifted up around me, thickening the water, turning everything darker. I reached down again, more frantic now, fingers scraping along the seat frame until I found the edge of my shoe. I tried to pull it off, but the angle was wrong. My grip weak, my lungs burned. The instinct to breathe hit hard then, sudden and overwhelming. It wasn't a thought, not something I could reason with. It was a demand. I shook my head, as if that could push it back, and tried one more time to free my foot. It didn't move. The edges of my vision started to dim, the light above narrowing. My arms felt heavier, slower to respond. The cold wasn't sharp anymore. It was dull, distant. I remember thinking very clearly that they were out. That part settled in me with a strange kind of certainty. I had seen them go up. They were close enough to the surface. Someone would see them. Someone would help. That was enough. The panic didn't vanish, but it changed. It lost some of its edge, replaced by something quieter, more fixed. I stopped pulling for a moment and looked toward the open door again. The water beyond it moved gently, the surface still flickering far above. I tried to move once more, a smaller effort this time, but my leg didn't respond the way I expected. My strength wasn't there anymore. The pressure in my chest broke through. I inhaled. Water rushed in, cold and absolute, cutting off everything else. There was no sound, no clear thought after that, just a brief overwhelming sensation, and then a rapid fading. The last thing I held on to wasn't the car or the road or the moment we went in. It was the image of them breaking the surface, of hands reaching out, of solid ground just beyond the edge of the canal. That was where I left it, fixed in place, as everything else slipped away and the water closed over me. I remember the glow first, not the words, just the color of it bleeding into the walls like something alive, while the rest of the house went quiet. It started as a habit I told myself was harmless, a way to stay informed after dinner when the neighborhood settled into its usual low hum of sprinklers and distant traffic. I would sit at the kitchen table with my phone face up, letting videos roll one after another, voices confident and certain, each one tightening a thread I didn't know was already there. The house had its own rhythm at night. Refrigerator clicking, vents breathing, the soft creak of wood adjusting, and I began to tune those out, replacing them with a different kind of noise that felt sharper, more urgent. At first I watched because it felt like I was learning something other people missed. That was the hook. Not fear, not anger, just the quiet idea that I could see patterns others ignored. The presenters spoke plainly, like neighbors over a fence, connecting events in ways that seemed too neat to question. They named enemies, outlined motives, and framed ordinary disagreements as evidence of something larger pressing in from the edges. I didn't notice when my evenings stretched longer. Midnight came and went without meaning anything. I stopped sitting at the table and moved into the living room, then upstairs, then into the spare bedroom where the light from the screen wouldn't spill under the door. The house grew smaller as that space became everything. My family kept their routines, lights out at reasonable hours, coffee in the morning, small talk about work and school and errands. I nodded along, but it started to feel rehearsed, like lines from a script I'd already seen. Their words didn't carry weight anymore. The voices on the screen did. There was a shift I can point to now, though I didn't recognize it then. It wasn't a single video or one claim too far. It was repetition. The same ideas, restated, reinforced, layered until they felt less like opinions and more like facts that had always been there. The presenters began to talk about proximity, how the danger wasn't distant, how it lived close, how it hid in plain sight. They said the hardest part was recognizing it when it wore a familiar face. That thought stayed with me longer than the others. I started noticing small things, a comment that didn't align with what I'd heard online, a shrug where I expected concern, A glance exchanged across the table that I couldn't interpret. Each moment felt like a piece of a puzzle I hadn't fully assembled yet. I began to watch my own family the way I watched those videos, looking for signals, patterns, confirmation. Sleep became optional. I would lie down, close my eyes, and feel my mind replaying fragments until I sat back up and reached for the phone again. The glow returned, steady and reassuring. It told me I wasn't alone in what I was seeing. Days blurred together. I stopped going out unless I had to. The neighborhood, once familiar, started to feel staged, like a backdrop that could be taken down at any moment. I watched the houses across the street and wondered what went on behind their windows. How many others were already aware? How many were pretending not to be? Inside my own house, the distance grew. Conversation shortened. I answered questions with nods or one-word replies. It was easier that way. Talking required me to engage with a version of reality that no longer felt complete. One night, the content changed tone. The presenter stopped explaining and started urging. They spoke about urgency, about windows of time closing, about the cost of inaction. They didn't tell anyone what to do directly, but they didn't have to. The implication was enough. If you could see it, if you understood, then responsibility followed. I remember setting my phone down and noticing how quiet the house was. Not the usual quiet, but something heavier, like the air itself had settled. I walked through the room slowly, taking in details I'd ignored before. The way the hallway light flickered when it first turned on, the faint scratch on the dining table, the sound of someone shifting in bed behind a closed door. Each thing felt sharper, outlined against a background that had lost its depth. I stood in the kitchen and looked at my reflection in the dark window. For a moment, I didn't recognize it. The face looked familiar, but the expression didn't match how I felt inside. There was a disconnect, like watching someone else. The idea formed without a clear beginning. It wasn't sudden in the way people describe lightning. It was more like a fog lifting to reveal something that had been there all along. If the threat was close, if it was embedded, then waiting was the same as accepting it. I moved without thinking about the sequence. Down the hall, a door opening, the shift from darkness to dim light. My heart wasn't racing the way I expected it to. Everything felt steady, almost detached, like I was following instructions I'd memorized. There were sounds, movement, confusion. The ordinary shapes of the house turned unfamiliar in the dark, edges harder, corners deeper. I remember the weight of the air, the way it pressed against my ears, muting everything except the immediate. Time lost its usual structure. Moments stretched and collapsed. I couldn't tell how long I stood in each room, or how many steps I took between them. The sense of purpose stayed constant, even as everything else blurred. At some point, a noise broke through from outside, distant at first, then closer. It didn't register immediately for what it was. It was just another sound layered into the night. I found myself back in the living room, the place where this had all begun. The television was off, reflecting the room back at me in fragments. The phone lay on the couch, screen dark as if it had nothing more to say. The noise outside grew sharper. Doors, footsteps, voices I couldn't quite make out, the kind of urgency that doesn't belong to a quiet street. I stood still, trying to piece together what was happening beyond the walls. For a moment, I considered turning the lights on as if that would restore some order. I didn't move. The front of the house filled with motion. Shadows crossed the windows. A beam of light cut through the darkness, sweeping across the yard, then the walls, then settling on the door. The realization came in pieces. Someone had called. Someone had noticed. The world outside had continued operating while I had narrowed mine down to a single point. I didn't feel panic, not the kind I'd expected. There was a strange clarity instead, like everything had aligned in a way that made sense only in that moment. The voices on the screen had talked about this too, about confrontation, about the point where understanding meets action, and there's no way back. The door didn't open right away. There were commands, firm and repeated, cutting through the quiet. I understood what they were saying without focusing on the words. It was the tone that mattered, the certainty behind it. I looked around the room again, taking in details I'd passed 100 times before. The indentation on the couch where I used to sit, the small stack of mail on the table, the picture on the wall, slightly crooked, showing a moment that felt like it belonged to someone else. The beam of light shifted, brighter now, more direct,
It filled the room, washing out the shadows, leaving no place for anything to hide. I moved toward it. The next part is harder to place in sequence. There was a threshold, a change in space from inside to outside, from dim to glaring. The air felt colder. The ground under my feet was solid in a way that the floor inside hadn't been. Voices overlapped, clearer now, directing, warning. I could have stopped. That's something I understand now in a way I didn't then. There was a moment where everything could have paused, where the path could have shifted, but the idea that had taken hold didn't allow for that. It framed hesitation as failure, as complicity. It narrowed my options down to a single line. The confrontation was brief, not drawn out, not dramatic, just a sequence of actions that followed one another too quickly to interrupt. The clarity I'd felt inside fractured into something sharper, more immediate. Then it ended. I became aware of the ground first, the texture of it against my back, the way it held the day's warmth despite the night air. The sky above was a flat, dark expanse, interrupted by the outlines of rooftops and the faint glow of streetlights. The noise receded, replaced by a kind of distance that made everything feel far away, even though it was still close. I tried to piece together how it had all led to this exact point, but the connections that had seemed so solid before were gone. The certainty dissolved, leaving behind fragments that didn't fit together the same way. The house stood there, unchanged from the outside, windows dark, door closed, no sign of what had unfolded inside. It looked like every other house on the street, quiet and still. The glow that had filled my nights was gone. In its place was the plain darkness of a suburban street after midnight, the kind I had once known without question. I remember thinking how ordinary everything looked, even now. That's the last clear thought I can hold on to, the image of that house sitting under the streetlight, unchanged and unreachable.
I remember the hum of the refrigerator more than anything else, a low, steady vibration that seemed too loud for such a small kitchen. It carried through the apartment like a warning I couldn't quite translate, a mechanical presence that made the silence feel crowded. The overhead light flickered once when I stepped closer to the counter, and I caught my reflection in the microwave door, pale, tight-lipped, trying to look normal in a place that had stopped feeling like mine hours ago. My phone sat on the counter where I'd left it, face down, screen dark. I hadn't touched it since he came home. He was in the living room, not far, close enough that I could hear the faint rustle of fabric every time he shifted on the couch, the occasional tap of his fingers against the armrest. Not pacing, not shouting, that was worse. Quiet meant he was thinking, and when he thought too long, things turned unpredictable. I kept my movements slow, deliberate, the way you do when you're trying not to wake something. The cabinet door creaked when I opened it, and I froze mid-motion, listening. The refrigerator hummed. The pipes ticked in the walls. The living room stayed quiet. I exhaled through my nose and reached for a glass I didn't need. The plan had come to me in fragments over the past year, bits of advice I'd half remembered from an article or a training video at work. I handled customer calls all day, listening for tone, for what people didn't say as much as what they did. There had been a section on distress signals once, how people sometimes hid requests for help inside normal conversations. At the time, it felt theoretical. Now it was the only thing I had. I set the glass on the counter and turned the faucet just enough to make a soft stream. The sound filled the kitchen, masking smaller noises. My hands were steady, which surprised me. Inside, everything felt tight and electric, but my fingers moved like they belonged to someone else. I flipped my phone over. The screen lit up instantly. No missed calls, no messages, just the time, glowing in white against black. Evening had settled in without me noticing. The windows were dark mirrors now reflecting the kitchen back at itself. I unlocked the phone and opened the dial pad. My thumb hovered for a second, then pressed the numbers I'd memorized, long before I ever thought I'd use them like this. The call connected almost immediately. I turned slightly, angling my body so I could see the doorway to the living room without being obvious about it. Still quiet. Still that soft shifting sound. Emergency services. What's your location? The voice on the other end was calm, practiced. I swallowed, forcing my voice into something casual, something ordinary. Hi, yeah, I'd like to place an order for delivery. There was a brief pause, not confusion, something else. A beat of recognition maybe. I'm sorry, the dispatcher said evenly. This line is for emergencies. Right, I know, I said, letting a hint of impatience creep in, like I was the one annoyed. I'm trying to order a large pepperoni pizza, and I need it delivered to my address. Another pause, longer this time. I could feel my pulse in my throat, in my fingertips, in the hollow behind my ears. The faucet kept running, a thin stream hitting the glass and splashing softly. "Ma'am," the dispatcher said, slower now. "Are you in a situation where you can't speak freely?" My grip tightened on the phone. That was it. That was the moment where it either worked or everything fell apart. "Yes," I said, and then more quickly. "Yes, I'd like extra cheese." The silence on the other end sharpened. "Okay," the dispatcher replied. "I understand. Can you confirm your address for the delivery?" I gave it, carefully, clearly. Each number felt like it weighed more than it should. Like it might tip something if I said it wrong. "Thank you," they said. "And how soon do you need this order?" "As soon as possible," I said. "I'm really hungry." Another pause, but this one felt different. Intentional. "Help is on the way," the dispatcher said. Voice still even, but lower somehow. "Stay on the line if you can." I set the phone on the counter. Speaker on, like I was waiting for confirmation from a restaurant. The faucet still ran. The glass was nearly full now, water trembling at the rim. From the living room, the rustling stopped. I didn't turn my head right away. I let a second pass, then another, and only then did I glance toward the doorway. He was standing there. I hadn't heard him get up. He leaned against the frame, one shoulder pressed to the wood, arms loose at his sides. His expression was neutral, almost bored, but his eyes were fixed on the phone. "Ordering food?" he asked. My throat tightened, but I kept my face as flat as I could manage. "Yeah." Didn't feel like cooking. He stepped into the kitchen, slow, unhurried. Each footstep felt louder than it should, a dull thud against the floor that echoed in my chest. "What'd you get?" he asked. "Pizza," I said. "Pepperoni." He nodded once, like that made sense. His gaze shifted to the glass under the faucet, then back to me. "You didn't ask me what I wanted. I figured you'd eat it anyway." For a second, I thought that might set him off. There was a flicker in his expression, something tightening around his eyes. Then it passed, like a cloud moving over. "Yeah," he said, "probably." The dispatcher's voice came faintly from the phone, asking something I couldn't make out. I moved closer to the counter, picking it up before he could. "Sorry," I said into it, forcing a light tone. "Just had to check something." "Are you safe right now?" the dispatcher asked. I turned slightly away from him, angling my body again. "Yeah, I just want to make sure the order's right." A beat. "Understood," they said. "Officers are en route. Stay where you are." I noticed him because of the reflection first. Not the man himself, but the shape of something that didn't belong layered over the glass of my back door. I was in the kitchen rinsing a plate, the faucet running just enough to blur the quiet of the house, when a second silhouette appeared where only my own should have been. It stood outside, close enough that the porch light traced a faint outline along its shoulders. The glass turned the yard into a mirror, and for a moment I thought it was a trick of angles, something inside doubling back at me. Then the shape shifted independently of my movement, and the water slipped over my fingers without me noticing. I shut off the faucet and stayed still. The yard behind my house is small but open, bordered by a low fence that doesn't do much except mark where the grass ends and the alley begins. The door is mostly glass, the kind that looks nice in daylight and makes you feel exposed after sunset. I've always kept the blinds up in the evening because I like seeing the yard, like knowing what's out there. That night, it meant anyone outside could see him just as clearly. He was standing just off to the right of the doorframe, where the light from inside spilled out in a pale rectangle. I couldn't see his face at first, only the angle of his head tilted slightly toward the interior, as if he were trying to look past the reflection and into the room. His posture was wrong. Not relaxed, not uncertain, fixed, intent. I stepped back into the shadow near the refrigerator and watched him through the edge of the glass where the reflection thinned. He didn't knock. He didn't move away. He leaned in a fraction, and the reflection shifted enough for me to catch the side of his face. Not clearly, just the suggestion of features. The hollow where an eye should be, the darker line of a mouth set too flat. He wasn't looking at me directly. He was looking through the room, scanning it in small, deliberate increments. The living room beyond, the hallway to the left, the corner where the stairs begin. It was the kind of movement you make when you're mapping a place, not admiring it. My phone was on the counter behind me. I reached for it without taking my eyes off him. my hand moving slower than it needed to, as if sudden motion might draw his attention. When my fingers closed around the phone, I crouched slightly, lowering my profile below the midpoint of the glass. From there, I could still see his torso and the way his weight shifted from one foot to the other, subtle but constant, like he was adjusting for a better angle. He stepped closer to the door, close enough that his reflection nearly erased the interior view entirely. I dialed emergency services with my thumb and held the phone low, near my chest. When the dispatcher answered, I kept my voice quiet and even, describing what I saw without embellishment. A man in my backyard, standing at the glass door, looking inside, not leaving. I gave my address, confirmed I was alone, and answered the questions as they came. What he was wearing, whether I recognized him, if he had tried to enter. While I spoke, he shifted again, this time pressing one hand lightly against the glass, not knocking, just touching it, palm flat, as if testing the barrier. The light caught his fingers in a way that made them look longer than they should have been, stretched by the reflection. He moved his hand slowly along the surface, dragging it across the pane until it reached the edge of the frame. The dispatcher asked if he had seen me. I said I didn't think so. That was only partly true. His head turned slightly in my direction, not fully, just enough that I couldn't be sure whether his gaze had landed on me or passed over me. The angle of the glass made it difficult to tell what he could actually see. From inside, the yard was visible. From outside, with the interior lights on, it was harder to see in unless you were close. He was close. I shifted another step back, putting the kitchen island between me and the door, and lowered myself further until I was almost kneeling. The tile felt cold through my jeans. I kept talking, answering, listening. The dispatcher's voice stayed calm, steady, guiding me through what to do next. Stay where I was, keep a line of sight if I could do so safely. Officers were on the way. The man's hand left the glass. He took a step back, then another, and for a second I thought he might be leaving. Relief started to edge in, thin and fragile. Then he moved sideways, out of the direct line of the door, and disappeared from view. The absence was worse than his presence. I leaned slightly to the left, trying to catch sight of him through the narrow strip of window that bordered the door, but the angle only showed me a slice of yard and the fence beyond. Nothing moved. The porch light illuminated an empty patch of grass where he had been standing seconds before. I told the dispatcher I'd lost visual. They asked if there were other entry points at the back of the house. There are 2 windows along the rear wall, one over the sink and one in the living room. Both are wide, both uncovered. I had never thought much about them beyond the view they offered during the day. At night, they were just more glass. I stayed low and moved along the cabinets, keeping below the window line as much as possible. My heartbeat had settled into something tight and controlled, each breath measured so I could listen for any sound outside. The yard was quiet, no footsteps, no rustling, just the faint hum of distant traffic from the main road. I reached the corner where the kitchen opens into the living room, and paused, listening. The dispatcher asked if I could secure myself in a room. I said I could go upstairs. They told me to do that if I felt unsafe. I didn't move. There's a point where leaving your line of sight feels like giving something up. If I went upstairs, I would lose any chance of knowing where he was. I would be guessing, waiting, hoping the locks and the doors were enough. I edged forward until I could see the living room window from an angle. At first there was nothing, then a shadow shifted across the far edge of the glass, faint but distinct, like someone moving just out of direct view. It passed slowly, not a quick dart but a measured glide, as if whoever cast it knew exactly how much of themselves would be visible from inside. I described it to the dispatcher. They told me the officers were close. The shadow returned, this time pausing near the center of the window. For a brief second, I saw the outline of a head and shoulders, closer to the glass than before. The figure leaned in, and I caught a clearer glimpse of his face through the thinner reflection at that angle. His expression wasn't what I expected. There was no obvious aggression, no anger, no panic, just a focused stillness, like he was concentrating on something inside the room. His eyes, what I could see of them, moved in short, precise jumps, cataloging objects. The couch, the coffee table, the hallway again, the staircase. He wasn't trying to get in, he was trying to understand. I felt a different kind of fear settle in then, something colder than the initial shock. It wasn't about what he might do in that moment, but about what he was learning. The dispatcher asked if I could lock myself in a room again. I said I was staying where I was. My voice sounded flatter than I expected.
The figure at the window shifted his weight, and for a second, his gaze aligned directly with where I was crouched in the shadow. I froze, every muscle locking into place. The distance and the reflection made it impossible to be certain, but something in the way his head tilted suggested recognition. Not of me specifically, but of movement, of presence. He didn't react. He didn't tap on the glass or try the frame. He just held that position, as if confirming something, then slowly straightened. A faint sound carried through the glass then, barely audible. Not a knock, more like the brush of fabric, or the soft scrape of a shoe against the patio. It was the first noise he had made. In the distance, I heard it, the low, approaching wail of sirens. The change in his posture was immediate. He turned his head toward the alley, listening, the same way I had been listening to him. The calculation in his movements became sharper, more decisive. He stepped back from the window, retreating into the darker part of the yard, where the porch light didn't reach. I shifted just enough to keep him in view as he moved. He didn't run. He walked, steady and unhurried, along the edge of the fence toward the side gate. Before he reached it, he stopped and turned back once more, looking toward the house. This time, I was certain he was looking directly at the window where I was crouched. There was no expression I could read from that distance, just the outline of his face framed by the dim light. He held that gaze for a second longer than felt necessary, then turned and slipped through the gate into the alley. By the time the officers arrived, the yard was empty. I unlocked the front door for them and stepped aside as they entered, their presence filling the space in a way that made everything feel suddenly smaller. I described what I had seen, where he had stood, how he had moved. They checked the perimeter, the fence line, the gate. One of them walked the length of the alley with a flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness in slow arcs. There were no signs of forced entry, no footprints I could clearly identify, nothing left behind. They told me it might have been someone passing through, someone curious, someone looking for an opportunity. They asked if I had any recent issues with neighbors, deliveries, anything that might have drawn attention to the house. I answered as best I could. They took notes, gave me a report number, and advised me to keep my blinds closed at night. After they left, I stood in the living room and looked at the glass from the inside, seeing it the way he must have seen it. The room reflected back at me, layered with the faint image of the yard beyond. It felt different now, less like a window and more like a surface that could be used from either side. I closed the blinds. The next morning, in the daylight, the yard looked the same as it always had. The fence, the patchy grass, the gate slightly off its hinge. Nothing suggested anyone had been there. But when I stepped outside and stood where he had stood, I could see everything inside the house with perfect clarity. The kitchen, the living room, the hallway, even the first few steps of the stairs. Every detail laid out, visible, accessible. I realized then how little it takes for a place to stop being private. That night, I left the lights off and stood in the dark, looking out through the glass, trying to see what he had seen, trying to understand what he might have taken from it. The reflection showed me only myself, faint and indistinct, superimposed over the yard. For a moment, I thought I saw another shape standing just beyond the reach of the porch light, positioned exactly where he had been, still and watching. I didn't move closer to confirm it. I stepped back instead, into the deeper shadow of the room, and stayed there until the reflection was all I could see.
I left before the sun came up, with a passport that wasn't mine, and a face that only looked like me if you didn't stare too long. The news had already started looping my name by then. Not the quiet way they do for small cases, but the kind that crawls under every channel, every radio break, every phone screen in a cafe. They said primary suspect at first, careful and precise, but by the time I reached the airport, they had stopped pretending. My photo was everywhere. The older one, the one from before I shaved my beard and cut my hair down to the scalp, before the swelling around my cheekbones went down from the procedure in a basement clinic that didn't ask for real names. I remember watching a man in a suit glance up at the overhead TV as I stood behind him in line. My face filled the screen. He frowned, but not at me, at the story, at the idea of it. That was the first moment I understood how thin the line was between being seen and being noticed. I kept my eyes on my boarding pass and moved when the line moved. The passport in my hand had a different name, a different birthplace, a different history that had been stitched together from stolen records and careful edits. It was good enough to pass a glance, maybe even a closer look. It had to be. I had paid for it with everything I had left after I disappeared. At the counter, I spoke only when asked. Short answers, neutral tone. The agent barely looked at me. Her eyes flicked from the document to the screen and back again. A stamp came down. A boarding pass slid across the counter. I walked away without hurrying. That was the first border I crossed. The homicide itself already felt like something that belonged to someone else. A house I had been inside once, briefly, now burned down in memory. They said high profile because of who the victim was. I said nothing, even to myself. There's a way your mind learns to move around certain details, to step over them like broken glass on the floor. You don't deny they're there, you just don't press down. The flight was long. I didn't sleep. Every time someone shifted in their seat or stood up in the aisle, I felt it like a signal meant for me. I watched reflections in the window more than I watched the clouds. My new face held up in dim light, less so when the cabin lights came on. When we landed, the air was humid and smelled like salt, even inside the terminal. Different language, different uniforms, different pace. I followed the flow of people through another line, another check. This time, the officer studied me a second longer. His eyes lingered on the photo. My heart thudded hard enough that I was sure it showed somewhere on me, in the throat or the hands. He stamped the passport and handed it back. Outside, the sky was already bright. I didn't stop moving until I was in a taxi, headed away from the airport. The driver talking into his phone, not to me. Buildings slid past, unfamiliar and dense, then thinned out as we moved toward the coast. That was the beginning of the months that followed. Moving without pattern, small hotels that didn't ask questions, cash when I could manage it, cards when I had to. I changed my hair again, grew it out, then cut it differently. I bought clothes that fit the place, then replaced them when I moved on. But the story didn't fade. It followed me across screens and languages. Even when I couldn't understand the words, I recognized the images, the house, the victim, my face, sometimes the old one, sometimes a newer version pulled from somewhere I didn't know they had access to. They updated it as I changed, as if they were keeping pace. That was when I realized this wasn't going to end on its own. There were agencies involved now, more than one. I learned to recognize their names even when they were translated. Federal investigators back home, international notices, cooperation agreements, words that meant distance didn't matter the way I had hoped it would. I started avoiding places with televisions. I stopped checking my phone except when I needed to. I chose smaller towns, then smaller ones still. Places where people noticed strangers but didn't question them if they paid in cash and kept to themselves. The coastal town I ended up in wasn't on any map I had seen before I got there. The road narrowed as we approached, the driver complaining about the distance under his breath. The ocean stretched out gray and flat under a sky that never seemed to clear. Fishing boats lined the shore, their paint worn down to bare wood in places. I rented a room above a closed shop. The owner lived downstairs. He spoke little English. I spoke even less of his language. It worked. My days fell into a pattern. Wake up early, walk along the shore when the tide was low, buy food from the same place, always different items, never enough to draw attention, return to the room before dark, lock the door, sit with the quiet. At night, the wind came in off the water and pressed against the windows. The building creaked. Sometimes I thought I heard footsteps on the stairs, but they never stopped at my door. I told myself I had done enough to disappear. I was wrong. It started small. A car that passed the same corner twice in an afternoon. A man at the market who looked at me a second too long before turning away. The owner downstairs mentioning, in broken phrases, that people had been asking about foreigners. I adjusted again. Different route to the market, different times. I stopped walking along the shore. I stayed inside more, but the net had already been cast wider than I understood. What I didn't know then was how information moved, how a face, even a changed one, could be matched against fragments, a gait, a posture, the way someone holds their shoulders when they think no one is looking, pieces collected in different places, handed from one agency to another, compared, refined. They had my old records, travel logs, financial traces, associates I hadn't spoken to in years. They built a path I thought I had erased. The breakthrough, I learned later, came from something small. A transaction that shouldn't have linked back to me but did. A clerk who remembered a detail. A camera that caught me at an angle I hadn't considered. By the time I noticed the shift, it was already too late. The morning they came, the sky was low and heavy with rain. I remember that clearly because the light in the room was dim, even though it was late. I was sitting at the table, going over the little cash I had left, calculating how long I could stay before I needed to move again. There was a knock at the door, not loud, not urgent, just precise. I froze. The sound of it seemed to settle into the walls, into the floorboards, into me. The knock came again, same rhythm. I didn't answer. I moved quietly to the window and looked down at the street. 2 cars I didn't recognize were parked near the building. Men stood near them, not talking, just waiting. Another stood at the base of the stairs, looking up. When I stepped back from the window, the knock came a third time, followed by voices. Calm, controlled, not raised. I understood then that this wasn't a question anymore. I opened the door. There were 3 of them on the landing, 2 in uniforms I recognized from the country I was in. One in plain clothes, his posture different, his eyes fixed on me in a way that told me he had been looking for me for a long time. He said my name, not the one on the passport, the other one. I didn't correct him. They didn't rush me. One of the uniformed officers stepped forward, hands visible, movements deliberate. I was told to turn around. I did. The metal of the cuffs was cold against my wrists. As they led me down the stairs, the owner stood in his doorway, watching. His expression didn't change. It was the same as it had been the day I arrived. Outside, the air smelled like rain and salt. The ocean was a dull line in the distance. A few people had gathered, drawn by the presence of the cars, the quiet tension of something happening that didn't belong to their usual day. They put me in the back of one of the vehicles. The door closed with a solid final sound. The drive away from the town was slow. The road was narrow, the surface uneven. I watched the buildings recede through the window, then the shoreline, then nothing but open stretches of land. No one spoke to me. At some point, we transferred to another vehicle, then another. The process was methodical, controlled, designed to move me from one jurisdiction to another without gaps. At the airport, I was taken through areas I hadn't seen before, corridors without windows, rooms where documents were checked and rechecked. The man in plain clothes stayed nearby, occasionally speaking to others in low tones. I caught fragments, confirmation, coordination, timing. It wasn't until I was seated on the plane, hands secured, that he spoke directly to me again. Not a question, not an accusation, just a statement that the process was underway, that I would be returned, that there would be time later for everything else. I looked out the window as the plane began to move. The runway stretched ahead, wet from the rain, lights reflected in long broken lines. For a moment, as the engines built and the ground started to blur, I felt something like distance again, like I was leaving something behind. But this time, it wasn't escape. It was the end of it. When we landed, the air was different, drier, familiar in a way I hadn't expected it to be. The transfer was quick. More officers, more vehicles, more procedures. The building they brought me to was one I had seen on the news before. Not from the outside, but in brief clips, background shots behind reporters. It felt smaller in person. Inside, everything was controlled. Doors opened and closed with purpose. People moved with a kind of practiced efficiency that left no room for hesitation. They processed me. Photographs, fingerprints, questions I didn't answer. At some point, they removed the cuffs and replaced them with another set, attached differently, limiting movement in a new way. It was all incremental, each step closing off another option, another possibility. By the time they led me into the holding area, the sense of movement that had defined the past months was gone. There was no more forward. I sat on the bench and looked at my hands. The marks from the cuffs were already forming, faint lines that would darken later. My reflection in the small metal surface across from me showed a face that had been altered, adjusted, disguised, and still recognized. The story that had followed me across borders had caught up. Somewhere beyond the walls, I knew the same images were still playing. The same footage, the same words. But now there was a new part to add. Capture, extradition, return. I leaned back against the wall and closed my eyes. The last thing I saw before the door closed was the narrow window at the end of the corridor. A slice of gray sky cut into a rectangle by concrete and bars. I found the phone in the bottom drawer where the plastic spoons and old takeout menus go. The one that sticks if you pull it too fast. It was cold and smooth and heavier than my toys. And when I pressed the side button, the screen woke up like a little window. There were no games, no pictures, just numbers and a green circle that felt important. I had seen my mom press green circles before. The house was quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator and the soft tick of the kitchen clock, and the light through the blinds made stripes on the floor that I stepped in and out of while I held the phone up to my face. I didn't know the word for emergency. I knew what I wanted. The numbers were big. I tapped the same one 3 times because it was easy to remember. The phone rang with a sound that felt official, like it belonged to adults, and then there was a voice that was calm and far away, like someone talking from the other side of a wall. I didn't understand everything it said, only that it was talking to me and waiting. I told it about ice cream. I didn't say it like a plan. I said it like a fact. I was in the kitchen, there was no ice cream. I wanted ice cream. The voice asked me questions I couldn't answer the right way, so I said the things I knew. My name, that I was at home, that the freezer was empty. I opened the freezer to show it, holding the phone up to the frost in the bag of peas as if it could see. The cold air made my fingers ache, and I shut it again. The voice stayed calm. It didn't sound mad. It sounded like it was writing something down in its head. It asked if my mom was there. I said she was sleeping. That part I knew was true. Her door was closed. The house had that afternoon feeling, heavy and slow, like it didn't want to be moved. I carried the phone into the hallway and stood outside her door, listening. I didn't knock. The voice asked me to stay where I was. I sat down on the carpet and traced the pattern with my finger, following a line that curved and stopped and curved again. I told the voice I was hungry. It said something about help coming. I didn't know what that meant, only that it made the waiting feel like part of something bigger. Time felt like the length of the hallway. I looked at the front door. I looked at the phone. I pressed the screen with my thumb and watched it light up and dim, like it was breathing. The voice stayed with me, asking simple things, telling me to stay on the line. I liked that phrase even though I didn't know what a line was in that way. Then there was a knock. It wasn't loud, but it was solid, like someone who expected the door to open. I stood up and went to it, the phone still pressed to my ear. The voice said something sharper then, something that sounded like instructions. I reached for the handle and pulled. 2 people stood outside in dark uniforms that looked like the pictures in my books, the ones with shiny badges and heavy belts. The sun behind them made their faces hard to see at first, just shapes with hats and shoulders. When my eyes adjusted, I saw they were smiling in a careful way, like they didn't want to startle me. One of them crouched down so we were closer in height. He had lines at the corners of his eyes that folded when he smiled. He spoke slowly, using my name because the voice had given it to him, and asked if I was the one who called. I nodded and held up the phone like a prize I didn't understand. He asked where my mom was. I pointed down the hallway. The other officer stayed near the door, looking into the house without stepping too far in, like there were rules about how far he could go. The one who crouched stood up and walked gently down the hall, his steps quiet on the carpet. I followed him because I didn't want to be alone in the doorway. The phone was still at my ear, but the voice had gone quiet, or maybe it was listening. He knocked on my mom's door, a softer knock than the one at the front. He said her name. There was a pause that felt like the moment before something breaks, and then I heard movement inside, the rustle of sheets, a confused sound that turned into a question. The door opened a crack, then wider, and my mom stood there with her hair out of place and her eyes trying to understand what was in front of her. She looked at me first, then at the officer, then at the phone in my hand. Everything changed in her face at once. Sleep to surprise, surprise to worry, worry to something like relief that didn't know where to land. The officer spoke to her in a calm voice, explaining what had happened in a way that made it sound smaller than it felt. I didn't understand all of it, but I heard the words call, okay, and no emergency. My mom looked down at me again, and I saw the moment she realized what I had done. She took the phone from my hand and spoke into it, her voice steadier than her eyes. She thanked the person on the other end. She apologized. She said we were fine. The officer asked if he could look around, just to be sure. My mom nodded and stepped back, letting him see the living room, the kitchen, the hallway that I had been sitting in. There was nothing to find except the quiet of the house and the afternoon light that had shifted a little while. We waited. I stood by the couch and watched the second officer step inside, careful with his boots on the floor, his eyes moving over things like he was checking them off a list only he could see. He didn't touch anything. He just looked. My mom put a hand on my shoulder, not tight, just enough to let me know she was there. She bent down and asked me why I had called. I told her about the ice cream. I said it like it explained everything. The officers exchanged a look that wasn't about me. Something like a shared understanding that didn't need words. The one who had crouched earlier smiled again, softer this time, and said something about kids and buttons and how phones can still call even when they look like they can't. He explained it in a way my mom understood, about emergency features and deactivated devices that still have a path out to someone who answers. My mom nodded, her hand still on my shoulder. She said she didn't know the old phone in the drawer could do that. She said she would keep it somewhere else. The officer asked me what kind of ice cream I wanted. I told him the flavor with the bright colors on the box, the one with pieces in it that I like to pick out first. He laughed, a small sound, and said that was a good choice. There was a moment where everything felt like it might end there, with explanations and a lesson about what the phone was for. The house felt like it was returning to itself, the way a room settles after people leave. But the officers didn't leave right away. They stepped outside for a minute, speaking quietly near their car. I watched them through the front window, my face close to the glass, my breath fogging a small circle that I wiped away with my sleeve. The car had lights on top that were off now, but they looked like they could turn the whole street into something else if they wanted to. My mom moved around the kitchen, opening the freezer again, as if something might have appeared in it while we weren't looking. It hadn't. She closed it and leaned against the counter for a second, her eyes on the floor, thinking about something I couldn't see. When the officers came back, one of them was carrying a small paper bag. It was plain, folded at the top, the kind you get from a place that smells sweet when you walk in. He held it out to me like it was important, like it had weight beyond what it was. Inside was a single cup with a plastic lid, cold to the touch, with a spoon tucked under the rim. The flavor was the one I had said. The colors were bright even through the lid, like a promise kept. My mom started to protest, her voice catching on the edge of what she felt she should say. Something about not needing it, about this not being what they were there for. The officer shook his head gently and said it was okay, that sometimes they get calls that aren't what people expect, and it's better when they can leave things better than they found them. He didn't say anything about rules or consequences in a way that made me feel like I had done something wrong beyond what my mom would explain later. He didn't make it heavy, he made it simple. I took the cup and held it with both hands, the cold seeping into my fingers in a way that felt like relief. The spoon clicked against the lid when I moved it, a small sound that felt louder in the quiet house. The officers spoke to my mom a little longer, giving her information about the phone, about keeping it out of reach, about how the system works and why it matters. Their words were measured, careful not to turn the moment into something that would sit too heavily in the room after they left. When they finally stepped back out into the daylight, the house felt different, like something had passed through it and left a trace that wasn't visible but was still there. The door closed with a soft click, and the sound of their car starting up faded down the street. My mom sat down on the couch and pulled me close, the paper cup between us. She didn't scold me right away. She looked at me, really looked, as if trying to see how I had understood the world in that moment, how the pieces had fit together in my head. Then she told me, slowly and clearly, that the number I had pressed was for people who needed help right away, for things that couldn't wait, for times when something was wrong in a way that couldn't be fixed by opening a different drawer. I listened, the spoon digging into the ice cream, the cold sweetness filling my mouth. I didn't understand all of it, not in the way she meant it, but I understood that there were lines you don't see that still matter, paths that connect to people who are ready to come when called. I thought about the voice on the phone, how it had stayed with me, how it had asked questions and waited for answers I didn't know how to give. I thought about the knock on the door, the way it had sounded like something certain, something that would happen no matter what I did next. The afternoon moved on, the light shifting from the floor to the walls, the hum of the refrigerator steady as ever. The paper bag sat crumpled on the table, the spoon resting on the edge of the empty cup. My fingers were sticky, and my mom wiped them clean with a damp cloth, her movements gentle and deliberate. Later, when the house was quiet again, and the drawer was closed with the phone no longer inside it, I stood in the hallway where I had sat before, and looked at the front door. It looked the same as it always had, a simple thing with a handle and a lock, but it held the memory of that knock in a way I could still feel in my chest. I didn't reach for the drawer again. The lines of light on the floor had shifted out of reach, and the kitchen felt a little colder without the freezer open. I pressed my hand against the door, just to feel the solidness of it, the barrier between inside and out, between calling and waiting, between wanting and knowing what to do with it. The house held its quiet, and I stood there, listening to it, the taste of something sweet still lingering,
the echo of a voice that had answered when I didn't know what I was asking for, and the memory of a knock that had turned a simple want into something that moved through the world and came back to my door.